Well, hello and welcome to the Chief Multi-Hat stream. Glad to have you with us. Actually, just know us, it's just me. Glad to have you. Today I'll be doing some programming, working on finishing up some UI work, or at least some options with HTMX and all that good stuff on the guild hall, so that we can click on things and not have everything scroll all over the place. Just gotta work on that a little bit. From that standpoint, or just get to it. Hopefully your day was going well today. Of course, I had work in the morning. Work's doing good. There's some programming at the enterprise level. And then hobby also, do some programming. Yeah, I'm hoping to get Dungeons of Treptera completed here sometime in the soon. Mainly because I like to play it myself. Get all the things into place so that I can have some fun. Interesting talking to myself, inadvertently using Agile Scrum speech. I want to play the game so that I may, or as a software developer, I wish to stop using this stupid terminology when I'm not at work. Not necessarily stupid, but as with any kind of systematic process, kind of get tired of the system. All right, so what are we looking at? We're looking at some CS/HTML, which basically just means, hey, HTML sprinkled with C# code, because it's a Razor page. And I am reconfiguring it. I have buttons that call some JavaScript, which in turn makes a submission to the back home, basically, with an HTMX request. Which, as far as the page is concerned, the processing code doesn't necessarily think anything different. What HTMX does is grab the output and replaces the element's contents. Now, depending on how you set up HTMX, it's I think what they call it, location of behavior model versus a separation of concern model. So it allows the server to do the server things. Anymore today, they worry about round trips to the server and how much information is going back and forth and what's running. And if this is an online application, generally, if you have problems with being online, you won't be able to play the game anyway. So, and the game itself is running within the web server. So the web server serves up, the web pages, things you see in your browser. A lot of times when you talk about gaming and making games, and you say, "Oh, I'm making a web game." In reality, it's a self-contained, everything is running inside the browser with JavaScript game. You're just going to a static site to download that game through, web technology, HTTP. And once it's activated, you could disconnect from the internet, still run just fine. Depending on the sophistication of the game. I mean, you may have some multiplayer capabilities with that, and with that, obviously the browser might make some back-end calls to your service designed to store information about your game or game state. This particular route I've chosen is the web pages and the supporting JavaScript is just for the UI, the user interface, just to navigate, to draw your standard web components like like a normal browser would on a website, because it's the server, the actual web application that's running on the web server is the game. And so what I've done is I've stopped and created a basic Razor page website, and then created a game engine that's a component that's created and ran inside of the website, designed to have lifetime. It lives and operates 24, all the time, just as the web engine does. And total life cycle instantiation. Oh, fancy word. This basically means the game engine, or the code that's the game engine, sits and runs alongside of the web server simultaneously. The web server collects any of the information off of the website and then transfers that over to the state engine that is the game. So essentially, I've broken down the game into a DLL. And this DLL contains everything, that is the game. I've been steadily trying to remove any sort of coupling between, say, a web technology like a website, expectation of HTTP context and such, make it more pure functional library. Because I may want to set up a TCP/IP connection, which is a little bit lower level than a website, and send signals down that pipe. Well, actually, I don't want to say the word pipe, because there are things called pipes. But essentially, you send things on to TCP/IP, and the server will respond to that information or request, and then send information back. The reason for that is I can create either a TCP/IP client server. Another thing I could do is I make it a pure API server, which then in turn turns around and talks to the website, or not the website, sorry, the game engine. And now it's all an API driven game. Now in this particular case, the API site is a always on system, so that way the game state stays active, periodically saving its own state to disk at appropriate intervals. So why do this? Well, let's say I'm looking at a game engine to kind of bundle this application, bundle this program as a game with, say, like Game Maker. And I will create in Game Maker then the user experience, any kind of client-side animations, or if I could offload puzzles, I could put that into the Game Maker technology. So it'd be the graphics, the game graphics engine. I like to kind of start personally call platforms like Unity, Game Maker, Godot, and all those game graphics engine. It's a game engine. It's a graphics engine first. It has all the physics simulations and things like that. Tool sets that are kind of canonizes your typical game development. And then within that, of course, you could, you use scripting, or in some cases, C# or C++ to build out your game. But you really are building your game in between the primary objective of the game graphics engine, and that's the graphics of the game. Everything's split up into frames and scenes, and it's more like a computer-controlled movie, as it were. And you're just writing script, literally, to be, so that the game engine would direct when to do those things. So yes, you can create game state within that system, but in order to do that, you need to mold your concept of your game in intertwine that with the primary purpose of those engines, just delivery of the graphics. That's why it's important when you have unoptimized code that runs in between that's something that has a lot of frames, and a lot of hard computation, or inefficient computations, the frame gets delayed as to when it has return of the control return back to the engine, slowing down frames, slowing down the graphics. In a nutshell, that's not a perfect explanation. It just, 10,000 foot drop view, at least from my opinion. And depending on what you're doing, some game design strategies are, I don't need 10 FPS. It's not, a high action movie quality interaction. It's not something you want to, you're going toward. And so there's a lot of objective, let's see, subjective or object. A lot of subjective ways of looking at what is efficient. Because you could build something efficient for one set of rules, and if that's not the common accepted rule set that everyone else wants to agree upon or care to listen to, then everyone's got 1,000 armchair developers out there who think they could do it better, rely on institutional thought process that they themselves have given no thought to, and a lot of them parrot it. Programming is not a dime a dozen process. Programming is it does require a certain amount of training. Can a person with no gift of programming, no capability, just train to be a programmer? To a certain level, that can happen, but you would not be able to do much if you don't take what you're doing and use all possible capability of yourself to get the most out of programming. And like any professions, there are just some things that it won't click, and there's multiple levels of programming, what you would call programming, that you could fill in. Not everyone makes OS kernel code. What is programming? Telling a computer what to do, depending how complex of what you need the computer to do, depends how complex of a developer you need. So, there's a lot of pseudo peer pressure out there on a developer if you look for it. I might not know. I don't code right. I don't do it like everybody else. And quite frankly, unless you have a fundamental problem like you refuse to understand how bits work, or logical, there is a logic component you just have to understand and perform logic. Logic is outside of everything. Logic in of itself, it's its own domain. You need to become somewhat of a master of logic, because computer knows only two things: on and off. How many on and offs can you set up to get things done? The rest is semantics. Some people feel, it needs to be really readable, and some people feel it needs to really, as a system, do what it's supposed to do. And there's there is an art form to all of this. There's a lot of movements that try to force it into just to be, well, no, programming is just pure math. And on the other side, you can't have the pure artistry of it. It's a mix. But in the end, it's a digital trade. If wood maker makes cabinets, you learn how to make a cabinet, but there's not necessarily a way you must do it, as long as you can do it. Are we to the point where we need to worry about every ounce of optimization? Optimization is a funny domain to get into, because tomorrow it could change and everything you optimize for could just go up in smoke. It just depends on what are you trying to optimize. Are you trying to optimize metadata? Data that describes data? Are you trying to make optimizations in the way you describe data? Are you trying to make optimizations more toward how data is moving? Are you optimizing for speed? Are you optimizing for readability? Are you optimizing for OS agnostic compatibility. You know, it totally depends on what you want to do. But all that being said, yeah, my code is my code. I try to adhere to several different types of strategies. I haven't actually decided, hey, I'm going to use, you know, DDD, or I'm trying to use, you know, a complete IOC setup, or, you know, the different kinds of, you know, well, you didn't use all the, you know, fast factories and all these, you know, because these technologies and these techniques, you know, they change over time. Oh, you didn't camel case it. Oh no, you're supposed to capital case it. Oh no, there's not supposed to be any casing whatsoever. You know, that changes all the time. My code isn't optimized until it needs to be. I can recognize when it does, and I also don't want to spend. I've chosen to purposely maybe not always go to the routes that everyone will see. I try to keep it as readable. You know, some of that years of experience just kind of flows into what you're doing inadvertently. But others, if you are more tuned to say you're doing okay, let's say somebody's watching the stream that, you know, are very keen on user interface development because they're on the front end. They know hundreds of libraries. You know, they can pull things on the shelf and configure and run it. I'm not a front-end developer per se. I understand the technical aspects of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, but I don't have all the design, you know, color swaths and, you know, the way it should look, other than kind of my own vision for my game. And given that, no, I'm not using I'm not using all the buzzword front-end material. So my front-end work may look absolutely hideous to somebody who someone who I personally in my professional career would defer to. Hey, would you make the website front end for me? And I will then, I will overview your technology stack and what you're doing, and I'll keep in sync to what you're doing, but you will actually execute it, and then I will then come in and add more things to it, and I'll, you know, work on the back end of it, type of thing. You can help architect it, but other people could actually, you know, do better in a lot of areas. And quite frankly, there's going to be people that's just fine, are just going to outshine me in every possible way, and that's okay. I mean, I'm here making this game. Whoever that person is, they're doing something else. The other thing about it is, if you don't know who the person is, it doesn't matter. Which leads to another thought process. When programming, I'm trying to be creative. Get the solution done, figure out what I don't know and then get it done, type of thing. With some adherence to experience and my own flavor of, you know, shaping and molding. But don't let, I mean, there's just times where you're working on things and you get overly critical about what you're doing and such. Or you get fixated on a solution. Like, I can't get this to work. I'm going to spend the next 8 hours making this work. Where in the back of my mind, I have a complete solution that's going to work. And right now, it's just not passing that muster of, it's not optimized enough, or it looks ugly. I don't want to do ugly. I want to do something else. You know, and I spend like, you know, hours trying to get this to work, and just realize, look, let's go ahead and plug in the way we know it works. One, it's not off-brand. I mean, it is a way to make something work correctly. I could see that it could potentially be done better. But then the part of me has to kick in and says, all right, well, there's a difference between done better and not working at all, and something that works. And it's, you know, a little bit less snazzy, but it still fundamentally checks out. And I had to do some of that. So don't get don't get hung up too much on quote-unquote proper way of programming. There, other than fundamental issues like trying to assign wrong data types to variables, forgetting your variable names, I mean, basics, it doesn't matter. Let it go. Let it flow. Don't discourage yourself. I need to change the music. It's making me too philosophical. I should just be sitting and programming, not yapping. In this particular case, I may just be yapping to a VOD, which is fine. Alright, so now that I've talked myself to death, I'm gonna warm up my voice. Gonna get into that late night where get my voice sounds like gargling sand. And also the fact is, even though I am the head of the household, other people live here, and I can't be loud. People do sleep at certain points in time. I can't be disingenuous in that aspect either. So, hopefully the mic's levels are good. Taking just a little bit of a breather here. Alrighty then. So what are we trying to do? Let's start off with, what do I want to have happen? Let me go ahead and hit the old play button. We have sufficient launch. Go. There we go. So, what's happening here? Well, it's the website running using the Kestrel engine, basically IIS on a stick. It's a web service built into .NET Core, listening on a port, binding with a certificate. Essentially, when I roll this out to an actual website, it just rolls out. A nice trick if you're a software developer and you have certs that you're working with, and and just so happen to might have control over all of that. Your website, let's say, is loading a cert, which this website does, and then I go to bind up the website, and it needs to bind to the name of your website. There's a thing called local hosts. There's a host file in Windows. It's been around since the dawn of Windows. Essentially, it configures the network stack on your computer, especially in Windows, and gives you the ability to directly translate DNS, domain names, service names, website names, to actual IP bindings on your computer. So what happens then, if I go to my browser and I type in treptera.cmhgames.com, it in fact will not go outside of the network interface and go out into the real internet and go try to find that website. Instead, it's directed directly to a loopback, which is what this web service is doing. It's running on the local host port 443, so it gets routed that way. Then tours and how your website sees itself, it thinks it's running on an IIS server or out in the wild and it's looking for, in the headers of your request, treptera.cmhgames.com. That way it maintains that state. It maintains the same operating conditions when you go to deploy this. Now that you can run on your server, run on your local machine by typing in what you would to go out on and to, you know, as if you were browsing it on the internet, except it's going to be running on your local machine. Little trick, I like using that. It's kind of nice. I just got to remember that if I want to actually use that website address, I'd have to go to my host file and temporarily comment out the redirect. Well, let's say it's not necessarily a redirect. It's literally, if you make a DNS lookup, first check to see the loaded local hosts file and see if there's any matching. If there's matching, match from there, and treat that as if it came from a DNS server. Override. Yes, a lot of corporate entities will have their own hosts file configured through policy and then locked down as a user on the machine. You can't access it, and certain websites will directly go through a proxy, which it is little point. You think you're going to the website, but in fact it's going somewhere else. Yeah, there's things you can do. All right, so what I'm trying to do with this website, let me switch over to that. Actually, let me just bring over the website. Oh, go to Treptera.com. There we go. I'm going to go up. This is the beginning page. Turn off the music temporarily. But yeah, there's my splash screen. Start playing the Dungeons of Treptera. Oh, a couple things I've done. It's a little bit different today. I did some updating of artwork. I had some pixel graphics, pixel art for all the icons, or areas of interest, and in the same style as the monsters and everything else is being drawn. I'm trying to make it so that why not have some of the game art that way too. So I'm testing it out. I have the background of the image transparent, and I might have to tone down the opacity. Maybe I might be able to control that from CSS, or when I create the image itself, the alpha channel could be like 50%. Because right now it's 100%, and so now what you're seeing is the green background, you're seeing a little bit of artifacting. Try to clean up the image, but the image is meant to be actually black or dark behind there, and having it that bright, it kind of conflicts. So I'm getting a little bit of it's a little bit conflicting. So really what this should be is all these images are the same size. Maybe an opacity set to 50%, so I'm going to get a darker green. So I'm going to get, more of a uniformity. Now, I'm going to resist the urge to go out there and try it, because I'm trying to keep focused on doing something specific. Alright, so I'm going to go to Guild Hall. And here we go. So I have some roll-up features. This is just a JavaScript. Goes and expands. Here are the adventurers looking for fame. In code, there's code that does each one of these bricks. So I have a list of characters. I iterate through them. It renders the list. And then the buttons are rendered with instructions on how to call back to the server. So if I click recruit in the adventurer seeking fame, this character is level 1 nameless cleric. And I said, yeah, I want him. I want this. I hit recruit. What's going to happen is that technically, I'm going to remove it from the Adventurers Seeking Fame list. And it's going to place it into the guild roster list. So, what I don't want to do is, after hitting recruit, have it pop into the guild roster and then show the guild roster. Instead, I need for the entry, at least if you're staying on the page, I'm basically going to take care of the removal of that, of the chosen adventurer, and then collapse the information. And what will happen then, because the DOM, it's blank, it will automatically shift all the elements up. And it, it basically removes that. And that's what I was doing before. Now, that's what would happen if I hit dismiss. Dismiss basically means take this adventure, remove them from this list, and remove them from the game. They go away. The game destroys. They leave, but we get rid of the record of that cleric or that adventurer record because we don't want it. But when you recruit, I needed to do the same thing. So I was working on a few ideas on how to do that. If I were to and the other issue is I'm currently working on location of behavior strategy. So right away, that's a good strategy, but in this particular case, here's where something like React with their cascading components and things like that could deal with a little bit better. For the fact that I've already sent all the information that needs to be displayed to the browser, and I'm just hiding the elements, but the information's already here. I could take away information, but if I need to add information, I need some sort of automated process of doing that. Whether it's an AJAX call, which is basically a remote call in JavaScript, it goes back to the server and grabs information, and then I programmatically insert document object model or DOM objects into your browser. To do that, but then you have to come, that's basically metal. You'd have to do that all raw. And as a more of a seasoned programmer, you're probably like, oh, I'm going to come up with a standard set of ways to do that, a micro framework that's going to handle this, and then I will then program all these edits through that micro framework. Some developers would simply say, oh, I need to take care of that, so they take care of that code that just does that one thing right there, and if they need to do it somewhere else, they'll just duplicate that code. I'm more of a systems developer, so at times I will try to figure out how to coalesce or make that functionality to serve more things from one piece of code. Of course, then I balance that with how long does it take to do that. Maybe just if I only have 5 of these things to independently work, just make the 5 independent things work. At the end of the day, I want the game done. And in the end of the day, if I do it that way, it's not going to be making the game less. Not going to make the game have a problem. So, I did some code earlier. I need a reset, kind of plug that back out. Unplug it. So that's what I'm going to be doing here. I'm going to reset the normal, back to normal a little bit. That right? Okay, so I go through, and this is a function calling an enumeration. Applicant, guild roster, in party, not applicable. Basically, it's describing what I'm working with in this character. When I'm creating the character block, what am I going to do with it? I'm also trying to shore up. So notice I created an ID. This is an HTML DOM configuration. I'm giving it an ID, a unique ID. So this is going to be the only element with this ID. Guild, and then a GUID that represents this entire division. Everything that's contained within it is information regarding the, oops, hit the wrong button. Okay. Yep. This ID is important because HTMX works off of one of many ways it works, but one of the standard ways is that it will what will it do? The memory access in my brain is a little slow. So. It goes and finds the element with this and then replaces the contents. I have a function that generates the contents. HTML is about having a server give you state information and DOM information. Because ideally your server is more powerful than your browser. Alright, so alright, here's the button. Alright, if I'm a recruit, that means it's the application. Which adventure seeking fame list. I need the button. I need a button. And it's going to be what operation? Root. Who? Another one. If it's not a recruit, then in the guild roster list, this is the standby list. This is basically people who you've chosen to be available to be moved around into your various adventurer parties, your backups, as it were. Still working on a few things on the offside here. Oh well. Being a very Alright, I'm going to take a small intermission. I will be back here shortly. unmute myself. Maybe you can hear me. Hopefully everything's okay now. How about now? There we go. Hey, White Bolt. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate the time. No, I'm just saying, I hate phone updates because they always install things that they feel is necessary. And what they've done is they've changed my wife's phone, and she knocks on the door while I'm streaming. Hey, could you help me with this? I'm like, well, I am streaming. What's going on? My phone's broke. Well, that's not good. So that's was the extended be right back stream is for. I now have the phone in hand. So this is just absolutely lovely. The issue is, let's update the phone and let's install Google Gemini. And let's use that, that access button you push on your phone that either wakes up your phone, or if you hold it in, it brings up the ability to power down the phone and things like that. No, we'll just completely override those options for you. And we'll just install, the all-important, all-knowing, all-intelligent Gemini. I would yeet this phone if I could, but I can't. So I have a puzzle box while I'm streaming to work on. Awesome. Glad to have you here. I'll just set the phone on the side. I'll work on that later. It's unfixable at the moment. Absolutely. So yeah, basically I'm working on some code. I'm trying to change some configurations. I think it's safe to use it. Yes. Yeah. Would you care for a demo? I can do a demo of the game. Let me set up the demo. Activate desktop audio. Switching to... I'm doing the old switcheroo here. Alright, well, hang on. Gotta make the music adjustments here. According to the volume, shouldn't be too loud. How's that sound? That sounding okay? All right. Let's pretend to start over. All right, yeah. So essentially, like I said, Dungeons of Treptera is a website game. Now, it's website in the true sense. Website runs on the web server. Does not run in your browser. The browser, just like any other, use a browser to go to a website, it's just to render the pages. But I'm not using like JavaScript or things in it, so you can't just start the game and not be connected to the internet. So from that aspect, everything's in the browser, not in the browser, but it's in the web server, and that's why the browser is a natural thing to use, because it's, for it's concerned, it's just a website. So yeah, here we go. We basically have the startup of the game where we're going to have a little bit of a splash screen. Probably get rid of this, but this is basically saying, hey, it's alpha. It's going to explode. It's going to burn at any point in time. Cause ooftas, yes. Oh, finally got a splash screen. There we go. Oh, and our friend Evil made a suggestion like, hey, can I play this on my mobile? I'm like, it's a desktop app. It probably doesn't look very good on a mobile. That has thrown me off on a 3-week journey now. I'm almost converted to mobile because I'm like, I think it's smart. I like the way it looks. It's a little more, in this. Yeah, it is in the center of the screen, but it will flow on the mobile scroll portrait. So I figured, I would like to play the game on my mobile. So yeah, so that's what we're working on. While that's doing that, I'll kind of set up some Good old MS Paint. Flashbang myself. While that's doing its thing. So yeah, I got a little title music that first kicks in when you play, and then it shifts over to the default sounds. So while that is rolling, I am gearing up here. Maybe find it. Oh. Here we go. Getting some displays going. As I talk about the game, I can flip back and forth. All right, here we go. So here's the game. With that, we can start playing the game. Now what will happen, well, of course it remembers where I was last time. So yeah, here's the beautiful town of Treptera. So basically your game, it's like your old classic dungeon RPGs. You're going to start like a hometown. This is your home screen. This is basically where you can go and learn about the lore of the game. You say, well, what is Treptera? Adventure, new adventure awaits us all. Basically, the little description of, what's the town, what's the guild. As a player, you're playing the guild. You're going to basically manage all the parties, create parties, and then those parties go into the dungeon and find loot and money and experience and all that good stuff. And you can have multiples of them because, as you have characters that pass on, you might have to replace them. So I got a little bit of a storyline going. Now, no beans about it. This basically is a game where you go in and fight monsters continuously. I mean, that's the grind. More and more powerful monsters, more and more abilities to learn, get lost in mazes, work on puzzles, get treasure. But then I'll be also working within that, a storyline and questing and a few other things too. But the main path, or the main grind, is the grind of fighting monsters. So with this process, you always hit the help button. It's gonna give you a little help support, give you a little description of what's going on. But essentially, when you start the game, you go in, you go to the Adventurer's Guidance Success Center, and essentially what this will do is kind of teach you about the game, give you some of the basics so you can start it. A little bit of a description. Yeah, kind of like help pop-ups, yep. If you have a party, because it's true to the Adventure Guidance Success Center, basically, it's a place to go look at your party and do different things there. Here's my party. If you click on a head, you would then rotate them around so the whole page gets refreshed. That's the very thing I'm kind of working on, is the little bit of, hey, let's not have everything scroll on you every time you make a selection. But so with a mobile, you don't have drag and drop. So I had to add touch. Otherwise, if you're playing on the computer, click on, drag ahead, move it over. You could then flip them around, and I caused an error in the game. Why did that happen? One. Okay, maybe the drag and drop has been turned off. Nothing like a good old live demo. So yeah, then you have your characters. If you hit stats, it opens up all the stats. Then you can go through and take a look at all your abilities. Your core abilities. What you currently have set up as your weapons and armor and things like that. Then it goes down further and describes, okay, well, what is the core stats? Strength, dexterity. What does it mean? Having a score of 10 is considered average. Lower scores reduce the ability to complete tasks or even at all. And higher scores increase the chance of success, even if allow completion of stupendously impossible tasks. So it's between 3 and 20-ish. Weapons, what are weapons? These are your melee weapons. They cause 3 different kinds of damage. Actually 4, but 3 type, And then armor protects you from damage. You have abilities, which is like a special built-in capability of your various roles. You have your iconic roles, which is your fighter, cleric, thief, and mage. Melee fighter, healing, divine type, celestial magic user. Mage is a mortal realm magic, basic spell casting, and a thief is your skilled melee. They have skills. And then the advanced roles, which will become unlocked based off of having getting so far in the maze or in the dungeons to unlock them. You might have to fight them first, and then you're able to then recruit them. And they're a little bit a step up. You can play the game with the primary 4 just fine. These guys give you a little more ability, and with that they can just either make things a little more fun, maybe do a few things you couldn't normally do generally, but they just have more capabilities. The guild hall is what I've been putting most of the functionality work today. Oh yeah, also I had pixel art basically for all the areas, all the stations within the town, but then I went ahead and redrew those in the fashion of what the monsters are in, more of that more flowy, still not your pure digital art, but it has its own charcoal drawing esque. So anyway, converted those things over, and I'm still looking at those, and a lot of these things have a mask, a background, which gets converted into transparency on the alpha channel. Right now it's 100% alpha, so it lets everything come through, which is fine if you have a dark back end. But because of this bright green, I'm starting getting some artifacting around the image. I could solve this maybe on a couple things. Either I actually wrote a program to help process my images, because if you're a programmer, everything's in now. That would basically goes in if I have a blue color, a specific blue color, then I load in the file and convert that blue color into a transparency. So either I do it at that level and set it to 50%. That way I have a darker green. Anything darker would be fine. Or I think I could actually use CSS, which is on the website side of things, where I could just say, hey, just override the image, and I want you to go ahead and do an opacity. The problem is, if you do a website version, that also affects the green, the actual art. So I'm kind of looking at that. That's probably a back burner item. I mean, it's not. I want to get to it, but I actually want to get to more parts of the game mechanics. Yeah, so we got new art. Back to the tutorial. So you have the guild hall. Well, guild hall music going. But essentially, you're going to go through it, and here's what I've been working on. If you hit plus, it brings down the here's the adventurer seeking fame. Instead of your classic games where you just go and create a character and create a character and create a character and delete and over and over and over. Instead, I give you 6 characters as your basic recruits. You just modify it, retrain them if you want to, add them into your initial party, and then you can go and play. Every 2.5 minutes from the last time you visited the guild hall, it's going to produce a random cleric, thief, mage, or fighter to basically they're seeking fame. Every 2.5 minutes. If you're gone for 5 minutes, it'll produce 2 of them. If you're gone for 15 minutes, it'll produce 3 of them, up to a maximum of 5 at a time. So every time you visit the hall, it takes a look at how long ago since you've been here, actual time, and it determines how many to generate. So it's constantly generating a flux, up to a maximum of 25. Now this is all initial. I might have to adjust how this works and things like that. And it's random, so you get your clerics, your mages, and they're all equal chance. when you do get one, you basically can go through and have the option of, okay, what do you want to do? I want to train it. As you train, you notice that the stats change. And before you learned, 10's average, below, lower numbers are, less capable, and higher numbers are more capable. Now, you might want to play a party of dunderheads. You can do that. Now, the general rolling prevents extreme dunderheads and extreme geniuses, but it can happen a little bit. And you could sit and go, constantly. I want to change. Constantly trying to get, that's the best possible. Well, to circumvent that process, either I'm going to have it every time you push this button, cha-ching, cha-ching, it costs your a gold because you're training them, right? The other mechanic is that there is 25 luck points. A luck point gets you a 50-50 chance of surviving a deadly blow per encounter, and success at lockpicking, things like that. Luck, where there's a hidden mechanic, and the more you train your character at this stage, that every time you push train, it's going to reduce it by 1 to the point where you have 0 luck. Well, that's fine because you don't need luck when you have a well-trained, character per se. But just for a little incentive that you don't necessarily have to click it to death is the idea. So then when you recruit them, they will show up in your guild roster. Now, what's interesting mechanic is that if you have a party that you're creating and there's no one in there, then if you hit, I'm going to recruit them. Well, I'm not going to have them pop into the guild roster just for you to turn around and pop them into your party. They'll automatically just go right to your party. They've signed the contract for your guild, and they're in the party right off the bat. If there's not any room in your party, it then goes into the guild roster. So once you have generated the character, you can't make any more adjustments to their stats. You can tell them to go away forever. I don't like you, go away. You bring bad luck. They're gone forever. The edit button allows you to change their name. Now, if you have an artifact or a magic item, it will show up as another button, or if you gain enough levels, it'll show up as another button to give you an opportunity to use it. Like, for instance, increase stats. It'll ask you which stat to increase. You could increase any non. So each role has a stat that it's not its main stat. You may increase one of those, or you may increase up to two stats. Like a fighter is like strength and health and strength. So anyway, that's some of the abilities there. But mainly this is just a bench. Your active party, this is, like other places in the game. Once again, you can see your characters in your party. The party name is the Doomed. If you click into it, it'll allow you to change the name. You can save it. Keep the bench warm. And then I'm rebuilding the edit ability. So yeah, this guild screen's been converted, and I'm just about completed with it. And here, if you hit remove, then removes them from the party, and puts them back into the bench. That way, you could shuffle your characters around a little bit. So yeah, and then if you want to create another party, you just say new party charter. It starts off with an empty party. You go and add people to it, give your party a name. Right now I've made several of these. I'm going to kind of work on this user interface experience a little bit, make it just, not so cumbersome. I also need to increase the bottom margin. As you see, it scrolls down to the bottom. I found that you can't have stuff at the very, very bottom of your mobile phone because it's reserved for an area and you can't click things, which is annoying. So there's a little bit of programmer stuff I gotta do, but yeah. So there you go. That's a lot of that's most of the maintenance you have. Once you have a party, you can go into the various locations. Like the Bart's Metalworks is where you're gonna get armor and weapons. Arcadia is where you're gonna that's where you get your spell books, learn spells, and get magical items. The gnarled root is things that are thrown or imbibed or applied, like salves, potions, vials. Vials are basically magical hand grenades of various effects. You also have, you could get trinkets. Actually, you can get trinkets from Arcadia. So each class has their, like, potions everyone can use. A trinket only fighters can use. A pouch only a skilled, like a thief or ninja can use. So pouches would be like an exploding ball pouch or a, no, that sounds kind of bad. Exploding pouch. I hope not. Yeah, you have a pouch of smoke, and things like that, itching dust. A trinket would be activated by a fighter to give him a boost in strength or hit points or attack power, things like that. The Celestial Curios is used to basically bring back the dead and to uncurse or very specific magical effects. You'll have to use the services here to fix your characters. Yeah, this is Bart's. I spent time looking at theme music to make it kind of match. A little hammer hit there. Yeah, you just click on your character, pick what you want to do, scroll and find, okay, what weapon you want. I have tongue-in-cheek descriptions of all your weaponry. I'll be adding more weaponry, and then I will at some point be changing out how much they cost. Right now it's 410 silver or 4 gold and 10 silver. I'll be working out, some of the display there. It gives you a little description of how much damage they can do. I'm of the mind of just give you a word description, but not really tell you how much damage. I don't know. I think it's fair to know what your damage is doing. Some are two-handed weapons, one-handed weapons, and things like that. I will be going through this list and curating it so that fighters can use these as a set of weapons. Skilled melee can use other sets of weapons. And also level control as you level up. Or more like probably with game progress. You got to get either some of your quests that you pick up, like, finding certain kind of material that unlocks weapons. And the same thing for armor. So, armor. And as your armor does the same thing, section. And then you can sell equipment if you have any extra equipment. The Arcadia. Kind of study music. Purchase your spell tomes. Here's people who can buy things. People in red can't. So help me as a cleric. And here's a spell. So she's not high enough level to buy enhanced armor. If I try to click on it, it'll say, do you wish to buy it? Yes. Oh, it worked. I didn't expect that to work. I guess I can get level 3 now. Alright, so here's the situation. She purchased the spell tome. She read it. Hasn't quite figured out the rituals or stuff in it quite yet. So, that just means that they can't access the spell yet, but you don't have to rebuy it. Either you're going to get an epiphany every time you go to the inn and sleep, every time you rest, or you could use the research. Click on help me. And sorry, yeah. And then say mastery of level 3 spells. So any level 3 spells that she hasn't learned yet. Yep, she learned it, so that's not too intuitive. I need to probably work on it a little bit, but yeah. So basically you can relearn here for a little bit more gold. That's interesting. I do have that. Name spell. Bob. Bob needs another level 3 spell, so it makes more armor. Yes. Yeah, he successfully learned it right off the bat, so that's good. Anyway, that's how you get multiple clicks by accident. The gnarled root. All important source of your deworming kits. Don't eat Al special. Yeah, just kidding. Yep, Sir Hugs. You can buy a potion. A blue potion is basically now just a lesser potions are healing, lesser potion, and red liquid is more healing. Generally, rest is the only way you can get your magic back. I don't have any like mana potions. This is your corporatized celestial services, celestial curios and soil emporium. Revive your lost souls, recuperate from supernatural and psychic trauma. Within here, the idea is that you pay you pile in patronage. That sets up a separate treasure within the temple here, and the resurrection services cost so much per level. It's a quote donation. Right now, if you just push the buttons, it just gives you gold. I don't actually subtract it from the party treasury because I'm not ready to test that completely. But eventually, yes, you got to put some money in there. I might have to reduce this amount, and such. Yeah, it's going to be a little expensive to bring back your character when you could just train up a character. So there's some balances here, but essentially that's what happened. Right now, no one's dead. No one's in being preserved at the moment. And also, just a little caveat to all the services here. Expired party members may decide not to return to the mortal realm, or the condition may be too grave for life services. CCSE cannot be held responsible for accidental chimera creations, zombification, or disintegration of the fallen friends. All the services are paid upfront, no refunds. I need to build the special scenario when your starfighter becomes zombie fighter. That'll be an interesting. Yeah, and then horse snout. We'll spend more time here. Relaxation, food, and sleep, and picking up job quests is where you go here. Essentially, your weary adventurers seeking out rest and recovery spend a few days or weeks in comfortable beds, enjoy fine meals and full service. All meals provide nourishment and may have special benefits. Typically, adventurers will stay overnight for a quick rest. A full day's worth of rest include quiet time for reading, polishing equipment, and meditating. A week of stay includes full-time room service and access to caretakers specializing in physical therapy. A full month of stay allows for greater recuperation, access to healers, and, if needed, physicians. For the most dire situations, a 6-month stay includes 24/7 specialized care and frequent blessings from the clerics of the Celestial. Yeah, these various levels, depending on certain ailments, you might have to actually sit out for 6 months. So, rest and recovery. You basically are told how much health percentages as a whole. So as a team, we're down 73%, and we're down 93%. So you rest a night for 1 silver. And I did that. I clicked it. Got a little bit of rest, a little bit of benefit. I've upped the numbers a little bit. I'll rest again for another night. And a little bit. As you can see, sometimes maybe I just bite the bullet and say, you know what, maybe I should have stayed a day. Alright. I'm gambling here. And then you just, oh no, you just don't, you can just spend like, water going through a sieve. I was kidding. Anyway, yeah, you have your various levels of rest. Food and drink. You basically pick who. I don't like this moving up and down, so I'm trying to keep it focused. I'll work on that later. So, like, your fighter types would eat hearth roasted animal flesh. And what this does in the background is gives you some bonuses. So, technically, you should probably eat some food before sleeping because they give you major health regeneration bonuses. And then you could have your spellcasters. They like the spicy salamander curry, which, might give them extra spells. Extra spell casting capability. And the job request basically is a situation where here's what I'm going to put in, depending on how much you've explored, how many things you've unlocked in the dungeon, and average party level. You can basically sign a contract. You pay money And then when you capture the wild boars or capture those things, you could then harvest, well, not harvest, but procure the materials for that. That's to be determined. Yeah, that's the maintenance side of the game. That's the maintain your characters and set up overall bonuses and things like that. But then the real meat and potatoes of the game is when you go down into the dungeon itself. So what I have is I think I have 4 picks by random, 4 background musics every time you move around. While you're here, you can inspect. If you click on heads, you can reorder your characters. Now, you can hit help, which I need to adjust to this. It kind of describes, death, guard, abilities, items, how to move things. I gotta adjust this because it's not the user interface anymore. Yeah, so so there's online help. Right, help. If you're underneath the ladder, it goes to town. You click, that'll light up to go to town. Otherwise, if you click on a spell and you click on help me, you could then pick, I could say, enhance armor. And then if you say ready, they will cast spells and things and get in, basically prep or get ready to prep the party, party prep. Or you could change out weapons if you have things to change out. So right now, he has a dagger and no other weapons. Thor has a dagger. Help me has a club. Yeah, these guys are poor. And same thing for the armor. Camping is basically now specifically regulated to just sleeping in the dungeon. You get to pick who is on guard, who's sleeping, and you just, do a round of sleep. It's better to be in town to sleep. It's safer. But it's convenient sometimes to sleep in the dungeon. You might discover there are safer places in the dungeon to sleep. There'll be clues. But if you don't have any guards, you could be ambushed, which would be bad. So, how do you play the game now? You just basically have a little mouse icon, or you could use WSASD, or you could use your arrows on your keyboard. But essentially, you just move through the maze by clicking. And yeah, you just travel through your maze. Hunt down monsters, or run into walls. Go in here. Oh, there's an encounter. Alright. This is the encounter screen. There's also like 3 or 4 different encounter music too. Alright, so if there's multiple groups, they'll show up here. You'll have multiple lines going down, looking like this. This little sword basically says this is the group that you are looking at. Awesome. You could start off, they say, hey, let's just assign everyone to group 1, which is right here, group 1. That basically defaults everyone to fight. That's like overall. That's fine. So I hit that. Okay, now everyone's fighting. Now, if I wanted to differentiate or change what people are doing, I could just click on the option. Like, okay, I'm going to go to ability. I'm going to go find my thief. And then I'm going to go down and pick shadow attack. So, okay, thief is not going to do a shadow attack. Now you can see he's doing a shadow attack. And then spell-wise, I'm going to tell one of my priests to do limited curses. Limited curses makes your target group less likely to hit you and lowers their saves. And then on the wizard, I'm going to go ahead and do Firebolt 1. No, Firebolt 1. So now that you've picked your options, you battle. Other options you can use, if you have items to use, like you want to activate a trinket. So for a fighter, if you say activate trinket, it's going to do you're going to get a basic attack plus the activation of the trinket. And if you hit flee, then that particular character is going to attempt to flee. It just takes one character to successfully flee. but you flee in the order of combat. So you may get hurt and then flee, or you could just tell everybody just turn tail. All right, but we don't need to flee from these mangy kobolds. So let's do some battle. Thug goes into shadows. Bab casts limited curses. Kobold is affected by curse and a couple of resistances going on. Kobold's pike immediately skewers Ouchie. And Ouchie has received mortal wounds. Thank you, Ouchie. We have appropriately named Ouchie because he gets a lot of ouchies. Alright, so Kobold's pike has missed help me. Okay, one kobold skewered help me, and then the other one missed help me. And then Thug's dagger, which remember was in the shadow attack. 8 of those points were vital damage. Well, they got extra damage. The higher the level of a thief, the more damage they'd get in the shadow attack. What's interesting about being a shadow attack is they're harder to be targeted because they're in the shadows. If they do get targeted, then they will go out of shadows at the end of round. In other words, they got caught. And then going in shadows itself allows you to run 2 rounds of battle in shadow. I'm probably going to make it while somebody is in shadows, they can't receive beneficial spells. But right now they don't. Just for a balance. Yeah, so it goes through, you get a battle. You can, in the game, go to configuration and change how slowly that prints out your battle log. And yeah, or if this did say finish up here, that means you can just hit go and, give me the whole news right now. And then you scroll to the bottom and read from the bottom up. Anyway, so let's go see what the damage is. Ouchie is deceased. Right now you can tell Ouchie to do things. Cool. But the dead generally don't listen to you. Alright, so let's just click on fight. Fight. I did accidentally. So what I need to do is I need to go in, basically make this guy look gray and prevent you from clicking on it. So there's little incidental things. But the engine behind it prevents you from abusing. Alright, let's get a little more serious. Fight. No. Oh, Ouchie's dead. I can't. I was going to put him asleep, but... Alright, fine. I guess... He died. Yes, he did. Alright, she's going to go ahead and cast Minor Heal on herself. Yeah, so now I can see. Oh, she needs the heal. And he will cast a Enhance Armor 1. Alright, let's see what's going to go on. Kobolds are quick little dudes. Let me punch my filter up. Cool. Yep. Okay. Thor. Okay, Kobold hit 4. Kobold hit him. Your hugs. Oh, man. Oh, critical. Kobold reach. Yes. Right, enhanced armor. Yeah, so we go through here. No longer shadow attacking. Time is moving on, so, right, we got 2. We had a total of 4. Green 2 means there are 2 alive. And the pink is the, yep. Is basically the, who's actually in the battle. Oh, absolutely. I'm glad to show you that a little bit. Get a little chance to see it a bit better in the operation there. And of course I can't heal the dead, but fight. This person will fight. And then battle. Alright. We are now finally successful. Oh, absolutely. You have a good night, Lightbolt. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, I'm getting closer. We're getting closer to this being done. That's gonna be more fun when I actually start creating the mazes, getting all the monsters and tuned up, built, and then just basically starting to play the game. Got to build the game to make the game. Yeah, there's a whole section of this where some other time I can show you. Actually, I put online the ability for you to create the mazes. So all the so yep. So the game will play funeral music because it detected that someone died. So cool. All right, you have a good night. Oh, ouchie has expired. So yeah, I try to set up the background musics to be thematic. It's a simple game, retro style. So the music has to have a good selection. So the music's important, and the descriptive of things. Poor Algie. He gave it his all. Got skewered by the mangy kobold. Oh, yep. Okay, there is a door behind me. Get the door. Civic. Oh, battle. Oh, good. Ooh, Sir Hugs did finally feel there was danger approaching, but it doesn't matter when I go to town. Now, when you go to town, what's going to happen is Ouchie is going to be automatically taken out of your party and brought to the Celestial Curios and Soul Emporium. And then you get a little bit of a violet text basically saying, hey, by the way, you need to have at least 6 members. This gets triggered because your party no longer has 6 characters. I mean, nothing's stopping you from going into the maze without a full complement of party. It becomes much more tough. So I have a party position open down here. All right, let's step into the Celestial Curios. All right, we got 500 gold in our patronage. I'm going to cheat at 500. We'll get them well stocked. Yeah, I will be plugging this in to not, just give it. It's going to take away from your party treasury. Okay, so the way it is that if you just click on stats, it'll give you a stat list of everybody who is waiting. One thing we noticed with Ouchie is his health is, he's kind of sickly guy. He frail. He's not too strong, and he's not too healthy. Yeah, so. Well, Meow, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Lag fantasy. Uh-oh. Yeah, August is going to be pretty warm for us. Probably the most warmest part of this summer is coming up, eventually. Especially in the area we're at, where a lot of corn growing, a A lot of moisture. Heat and moisture. Alright, Mr. Ouchie, I'm going to click on his head. And then I'm going to say resurrect. Ouchie did not answer the celestial guidance and did not return to the mortal realm. But very little strain was to the body is evident, and it remains in a silent rest. Maybe Ouchie returning to life was not meant to be. Uh-oh. So I could try again. I have no patronage yet. It costs a lot of money. If I try again, the patronage seems rather lacking. Maybe some donations are in order. Ouchie will remain in repose. Fine. More gold. Try again. Uh-oh. Ouchie once again is having some troubles. Oh, good. Last of the incense has been burnt. Supplications are finished. Ouchie takes in a sweet breath and begins to move around. Let the attendants finish orientation. Ouchie will return to your party back at the guild hall. So you got to go back to the guild hall and bring him back into your party. The flip side of that is your character just permanently disappearing. There's always a chance for that. And I'll say that the character essentially has just disappeared, kind of like a force ghost. And they're gone. Back to the guild. Guild roster. There's Ouchie. Alright. Let's go back to... There's Ouchie. He filled the back spot. Notice he's at level... Health is at... Oh, wow. I'm looking at the wrong guy. Explosions. It's a bug. I got stats and Ouchie. Ouchie has... Okay, so there is a chance when you are healed that you could be or be brought back. You can be brought back with full health, but a lot of times it'll be just brought back with just 1 health. Then you have to go sleep. But we're gonna go sleep anyway. Go to the boar snout. Rest and recovery. Rest a week. You have a slight synchronization with the game music. Sometimes it'll skip, not a signal to change tracks. But that's more of an inconvenience than a full bug later. Yeah, so that's the game in a nutshell. Yeah, so basically you just rinse and repeat. Get lost in the maze. Beat on things. Switch back over to dev. Alrighty, so I was in the process of save and quit. Right, but chill a little bit, listen to some background music. as I continue to work on my wife's phone just for a couple seconds here. Update has occurred and overridden some program. I am still here, continually working on this phone. It's taken over a button operation. Yeah, success. Success at debungling the phone. Ridiculous. Start. All right. Fun times. Currently, all music in the background is provided from Kevin MacLeod using the Creative Commons license 4.0 on his website. You can find that information on my About page on Twitch. It's a really good site for music. For an indie dev creating different games. All you do is really just give them credit, and it's royalty free. And a lot of the music is just actually public domain. And since it was written by him, even though it's public domain, you still get his okay. Potentially. Alright, so what are we going to do here? I, if I have watchers, that's great. I'm going to go ahead and build out what's happening. So I have different lists of different lists. Oh. Oh. Oops. Alright, we're now going to set up root. Alright, this is the structure I want. I'm trying to unify the entry point of these actions. Right, if it's a recruit, so passing in a character to set up a stat block. This is going to be HTML, but I need to know the intent. Why do you want the stat block? And that's what the town guild group is, basically what list is it talking about. So with that, if it is a recruit, then we're going to print out a recruit button. Otherwise, if it's not a recruit, then we want to print a button out, and we're going to call it no, I think I just want to call it recruit. It's really the same action. And do that. What it's doing is it's checking to make sure, okay, well, it's basically saying, you want a character stat block in the guild list. So a guild list, you could add a character from the guild list into your party if your party has less than 6 characters. Otherwise, don't even bother rendering. And I don't need this check anymore. I simply need to create the button. Now the next thing the next button to show up, once again, if it's a recruit, then we want to have the train button show up instead. Call this train. Why is this called chop? Oh, that's funny. So, I read that as a misspelling of child, but in reality it's character CHID. Alright, now, the next button. If it's a party, it means I'm looking at my party. What I can do is, so right now, the only buttons I have available is the edit button, which I don't have it plugged in yet. And then If it's only a party, the next button is going to be a remove, meaning remove them from my party, and the action is to put them into the guild roster. And that option is called remove. And then final option, you belong on a list, can be dismissed. And dismissal means remove the character out of the game. Now, I need to convey this, but if you do not take the weapons and such will also disappear along with everything goes. Yes. All right. We're going to call a post back to a handler called Guild. And that's going to be located in the code behind file. Here we go. Now, instead of all these, I want to do Why did it? Okay, I have it selected. Right? Right. Okay, so the first thing to do is we go and check to make sure that the player is a player. It does the old, oh, it's not, I don't have this loaded in memory. It's the first time you logged in. It's going to load it into memory, or it's going to pull the cookie. And if it comes back nothing, then basically means, hey, you haven't started the game ever, or you've lost your cookie on purpose. Starts the process to create a new account, basically. Okay. Then, if not, right. Okay. official instruction. Alright, so what this does is, oops, I don't the insert. Using HTMX. Should be an ATM. It should be that HTMX is causing the host infection. Yes, I can look into the HTMX headers to make sure that that exists. But in case I do call the post back outside of HTMX, I might want to have I might want to be doing something else with the response. Okay. Happened here. Recruit. Right, so this locate character function, or the game engine. The game session, that's the object that represents the player, all the data that needs to be contracted with the player account while they're playing the game. String ID is the ID of the character. And what we'll do is we will go ahead and look at the player party, and then we'll try to attempt to see if the character can be found using that ID in the player party. If I did find the player, that means I'm working with a player party character. And that's the location, so it goes ahead and sets up the variables. If it's now, it returns then PC means the character and in the party. If it's null, then we're going to check the guild. Is it in the guild? If it is, then it's going to return that information. No, not in the guild. Okay. Check the mortuary for whatever reason. Maybe the character is in the mortuary. Right? Check that list. Nope, not there. Alright, well then finally let's check the applicants. Not in there either. Well then we return null, meaning we didn't locate this guy at all. But we don't know why you have this reference. Otherwise, it's going to return the party that they come from. And a party is a collection of characters, player characters, and the character itself. So that's the locate. So it's I wanted to use a tuple, so we're going to return a tuple. Nice is that we are inside of town, the model. HTMX character data is a internal property, and so by basically setting things up, I'm assigning that property right now. Then I'm going to take a look at the resultant party here, and then do some checks. See, depending on how I use locate, I might want to use the party object, and I could then take a look at that party object and see, well, who does it belong to, and send back an enumeration value along with it. So if I do that check and I send back that data, I could do that. Or just send back the party, and if I need to do the check, go ahead and do the check now outside. So I want this function to be more generic, and I don't necessarily want to spend the time looking up information. Every time you call locate, it's not the responsibility of locate to do this analysis. I need it, so I'm going to do it outside of this function. So that was the chosen decision. So we basically look at, hey, are you an applicant? Yes, well then you make it to applicant. Are you a guild? Guild roster. Or You're neither one of those. Because when it comes to recruiting, we only care if it's from an applicant or a player guild. If I passed in, if I pass in a character that doesn't belong to any of these guys, we just simply want to reset the state of your browser. We need you to go back to town, and then that's going to sort out what you should see. It's going to refresh the screen and fix any stale data. Alright, now we're going to take a look at this and go, okay, what's happening? Right, so if you're in training, it's going to go ahead and call Town Guild Reroll. All you do is you're just going to pass in the character ID. Eternally, Town Guild Reroll is going to go look up the information it needs and perform the reroll. Then we set basically the model. We're basically preparing it to render the page. So we're now going to set it to, yep, this is an HTMX response. So we need some different kind of processing. We're going to give it the operational of what we're doing. And then we're going to go ahead and look up, set the character data to the information on the characters. Now we're going to actually pull in the updated values for the character. We have a dash, basically means it's a throwaway. Yes, we do pass it. It is returning a party object, but we don't care. We just want to, and that's what that signifies. And return page basically causes the page to be rendered. Right, I'll dismiss. Remove the character. Dismiss. Okay. Grab the character. The character was found. Right. Okay, so what we're going to do here is this is the change. Do. Okay. So, operation. Two rendering scenarios. This is coming on an HTMX location of behavior type action. And what's happening is you're pulling in someone to recruit. And if you want to recruit them, basically removing them from one list and then adding them to another. So removing them from a list is easy to handle. What we're going to do is we return an empty response so that HTMX will replace the div, effectively removing the div, and that DOM object disappears just like we would want on the display because you have moved that character out of that list. The other thing though is that you've added that character to another list, but this is a location of behavior, so it gets complex. Either way, you have to do two operations. And yes, I think there are ways to go ahead and make HTMX handle multiple updates, do some JavaScripting, and a couple other things. But I still have to set up that data. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and tell it needs to refresh the page, but use an anchor to immediately pop to where it was last. And in doing so, I need to put some information in the state model so that it's reflected on the next render to start with a list open and focused. Well, let's just get the functionality back on the recruitment side. Get train, recruit. Train, create character stats, dismiss, return true, move, add. There will be no add. Ew. How's it going, Mosta LJ? Did I say that right? Cool. I think Whiteball earlier stopped in earlier. It was great. I think he said he went to bed now. Cool. Do a little bit of reconfiguring some game code development today. Some strategies. Here. True. Appreciate that. So yeah, so essentially, my engine is a website. I think earlier in the stream on VOD, I had a little monologuing. Talk a little bit about game engines, and it's interesting that we call them game engines, but in reality, in my mind, they're game graphics engines. Because oh, no problem. Work away. If you're about to listen to me, hopefully I'll hear me. But that's awesome. Yeah, I'm just basically thinking about Godot and Unity and Game Maker and all those things. I just feel that it's probably better for me to call them personally. I like to call them game graphics engines. Yeah, they have a physics capability and such, but their primary job is to render movies. I mean, they even borrow a lot from cinematic, scenes and cutscenes and the positionings of things that you do, the strategy of how it sets up a, it has to run the graphics in each frame, tied directly to this FPS. It's optimized to dump those resources into the visuals as fast as possible. And then that's its primary purpose. Secondary purposes then is to have like some game functionality library, like physics engine, things like that. And then scripting capability. But ultimately, you have to work within the confines of the framework of, hey, it's rendering a frame. You're going to get a time slice between those frames to do your work. And if you're not optimal, lag, things start falling apart, especially when you get into 3D and things like that. And then your game logic, yes, your game is in there, and it can be kind of modularized depending on the abilities of your game graphic engine, because they either have direct scripting support, are they using OOP, how can you organize your data, how's that set up? Do they support like an independent separate thread processing, things like that. So yeah, programming is a big umbrella. And from a standpoint of, from my standpoint, I've got 30 years of enterprise development experience. And, the specialties of a game engine won't necessarily come across my desk as a professional developer. But a lot of the, but when you start breaking it down to the underlying data, your data layout, your data, rules, things like that, you get some similarities. But, as you specialize, it's kind of like creating a framework, and then, not only you're specialized in programming, but then now you're specialized in the framework, which is outside of the programming. But, it's part of the programming. So, yeah, working with these engines, you have to learn its lay of the land and how it processes information. So as me coming at it from a systems analyst or systems developer, systems applications developer, meaning I build systems to talk to each other, which may or may not include human interaction. I'm looking for commonalities. How do I translate that domain of knowledge or that way of working with what I'm trying to do? It's not immediately apparent. So from my side of standpoint, say, all right, so someone is really versed in game engine or game graphics engine. It's always in the context of the engine. So when I say I'm making a game, but I'm going to put it in a website, they'll be like, what? Because you don't have to worry about the inner workings of a website necessarily when you're creating a game engine, right? A lot of those things are, that medium is made for you. So from my standpoint, I have to build a website first, and then I make a game engine, which literally is just the game as in the rules of the game. And then I plug that in with the website. So if I were to say port this over to GameMaker, well, first of all my C# I cry. Or if I try to go to Godot, it has C#, but doesn't have first class support of C# yet. When it gets to about, it's almost there, then I could do a direct port. Because I have processes that handle the game outside of the game engine. But I've architected it in a way that it has hooks or it has interfaces. So yes, I could have the game engine instantiate the game, my game state, and then I interact with that game state at the appropriate places within the engine. But I should have wrote this in C++. Then it would have been directly applicable to, like, say, Unity or something. Now, GameMaker does have the ability to support extensions. But currently the way I looked at that is that I have to create a static linked file with a static entry. The code has to run statically. And I don't know if the GameMaker would instantiate an object through its extension system. Because then I got to worry about, okay, fine, you've made a call to static. It goes to the DLL, calls the function. But do all the variables disappear when it's done calling it? I don't know. And, something that needs to be a state engine disappears. What's the point? So yeah, converting us over to a game engine would be interesting. It immediately gives me the ability to file and build this into a Steam. I want to distribute it by Steam. I need to have a way to, get it installed. And most of your game engines, comes out of the box, that ability. I'd have to rebuild all that directly for my game. Because my game uses the website, the actual running on the web site server. 24, it's a always on server. Dedicated to run the game. And then because it is a website, you use your browser, you connect to it like any other website, and it serves pages, but then it's going to be pages that's going to make it, it's going to run like a game. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. So I kind of know where I want to go with some of the game engines or game graphic engines. But I need to I'll probably end up just completing the game itself in this current medium, then look at the transfer. So for example, that means that my game engine right now actually runs inside of what's called Maze RPG Lib. That is the .NET DLL, that is the game. I have some porting objects within the website side that help me instantiate my game engine and keep it alive, that's what RPG is. RPG is, that is a host, that's a shell object that gets the game running inside of the web service. And then you go from there. So what I'm doing now, I'm basically dealing with the website aspect of things. I'm using HTMX, which is a, call that? location of behavior. It uses the server as a source of truth and state. It's a different process. I did everything in React. For example, React would be building out. React would know how to build all. It would have all the user-side client UI. I had rebuilt this into a API-only service, and I would attach the API to the game, and then React would call it that way. Well, I'm not a React developer, so I'm using bare bones HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with some HTMX, and Howler is a JavaScript library I'm using to maintain to work on the sounds and sound effects. Interesting enough, I did look at another JavaScript-based game engine called Phaser. That's also an option. So, the interface here. When you push a button to move characters in and out of different basically rosters or lists within your guild, this is the handoff from website collecting information to sending that over to the state engine and rendering. All right, now I'm syncing things up. So on the code side, it handles like when I call game. Yeah, see. Oop. All right. Dismiss. Easy. And then the website technology. Thanks. I got the common music, and then I got my voice. I think is just a sleeper. Well, I might have to look into that. Asmer program. Today we'll be writing a function. That function will be glorious. Actually, it won't be glorious at all. I'll burn down the server in a fireball. Well, I've been messing around with the mic settings. It's all mic. Wait, we're just not late enough. It's going to get pretty gravelly, and I'm going to start talking like this all the time. Yeah, so now I'm totally self-conscious of what I'm about to say next. Kidding. Do I have redundancy everywhere? What's going on here? All right. So what we're doing on the website side of things. This is the website. So over here, this renders little C# code turning into Razor, which basically means intermittent. Hey, write some HTML with some data coming from C#. This sets up the stat information. That's fine. It's all static. Good. Not purely static. Here we go. The option buttons. Yeah, this goes through and determines the options. And this is setting up. What I love about HTMX is that it is a very HTML-esque process. It's a very lightweight JavaScript. Takes these extra elements or attributes off of your DOM. It's meant to work with a hand in hand with the default DOM operation of your browser, so that, and then it gives the posting and getting and things, and from actions, from behaviors. And what we're doing is basically setting up HTMX to say, hey, this button is going to activate an HTMX call. I'm going to call the guild handler off that page. We're going to tell HTMX to swap the outer HTML, basically totally replace the HTML that it's being called from. So this button is called all these buttons are in a division called guild. And so all these buttons are children of this. I'm sorry, it's not called guild. It uses the class guild, but this is the parent. So outer HTML means it's going to take everything. It's going to replace this DOM. Now, the target. I misspoke on that. It doesn't do anything here. It basically says replace the entire object that has this ID. Well, that ID is configured up here at the top. Guild, and then the character's ID. So that button will correspond to the appropriate division. All this gets replaced. So character stats replaces everything that's inside that division, which includes the buttons. So this was all HTML further on down in the page. I then encapsulated it into a razor function called character stats. I pass in a character, and I pass in what I'm trying to do with that character. Because further down in the rendering, now this is down in the page, I'm zooming down here. Here's some, right, so we're in the guild. All right, here's the town guild. And of the town, and here we're going to create the glance panels. So that's the top portion of the page. And then missed it. Okay. Where did it go? Oh, here. Okay, there we go. Here we go. All right, so we create a master div called recruits, and then I call party list. Well, what is party list? Oh, wait, go back. So I top of this page. I grab data out of the statement. This is basically grabbing data out of the game engine. Saying, okay, of the player that's playing the game, give me the applicants, give me the player guild, and give me the party. Ordered by, this is ordered by the class, this is ordered by party position. Then down in the rendering section, it's going to call that party list inside of this div. This is so I basically made a generic function that I can then, it's not, yeah, actually, so yeah, I have, I send these over to my video channel. It's a separate web, it's my channel I had over on YouTube forever. I'm just not going to convert it into my game channel. But yeah, I do have, I need to add that link actually to I'm scouring through, make sure I don't have like public playlists. I don't want to have any embarrassing things. But beyond that, yes, I am tuning that up, and I've been pushing the VODs over, mainly because YouTube is going to be my permanent storage. I think. Because I'm a Prime user of Twitch, I've been for a while. That would give me the 60-day VOD storage. So, yep, that does move over there. And short production. I mean, right now, I'm not quite into the, entertaining esque portion of streaming, really. But if I had, if I thought about it, maybe said, okay, I'm gonna spend 30 seconds, coming up with the content for a reel, then I need to do something like that. Yeah. Mainly, I just figured I'll be working on this game anyway. For work, I've been having to be online. I work remote. I do a lot of meetings, a lot of video. It's not really that much different than streaming. It's less stiff. So I thought, if anyone is interested in the things I do or would be interested in this thing, I would have liked to find people like me to watch. I like to try to share what I know. But being real, it's very niche, very limited. Not like I'm doing something, just chatting or completely. I know what I need to do is I need to create the the Hot Tub Asmir programming channel. Did you see his stream? He was just electrified. Oh, he dropped his mic into the water. Oh, he was electrified. Beyond that. Besides, I wouldn't be looking very good in a swimsuit anyway. In fact, I think I'm going to be sick. Hang on a second. Yeah, I definitely need to kind of do something like that, especially when I start getting up toward getting more serious about developing, or maybe putting this game out. It is a retro style game. It'd be interesting to see. I know there's a whole retro dungeon crawl society out there, so they have a pretty good Discord, and it's pretty cool. If you like that kind of game stuff, and yeah. Right. Talking myself out of what I'm trying to do. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, describing things. I need to actually focus on my work too. Or coding. Yeah. Basically, I converted the HTML into code processing snippets. Party list would change the content of this div if I were to request a HTMX outer HTML replacement. So I go into party list, you pass in the list of characters that you want to render, and then the why you're rendering them information, like town guild group, and then it goes through and basically sets up and creates a division for every stat block, character stat, which then calls this. So then, because character stats handles this div, and those buttons are pointed to this div, then when you go to do some HTMX processing, I call the model. So the way Razor pages work is that you have programmatically a model that represents data that you're transferring from the point of the request being made to the rendering of the page coming back out on the response. So you have this data model that's going to be transient in that state information. Now, what's interesting about the model is I pass in the host here. This is not transient. This is a lifetime object that represents my game engine. And for every page, I'm passing in that object. So then I can if need to, pull out the various pieces of information about the game to perform game operations. This data will then be persisted while player's game session is loaded in memory on the server. But the model itself, town model for example, is going to be transient in that it's only going to exist while a page is being requested or a post back. And so once the response has been sent out the door, the data in this is going to go away. So you got to kind of think about that life cycle. When does the data appear and when does the data disappear? So in this particular case, the choices to what to do is being made first on this side of the fence, on the on-post guild. So I'm setting here like is HTMX, I'm ops. That's the page model. Then the rendering section, which is down over here so this is the code behind model of Razor pages. You can do all the code you see here in the Razor page is one big giant file, but it's confusing enough. I like the code behind it. At least that used to be the choice. I think it's de facto now. De facto. This background music, I like it. It is droney. Let's switch over to Fluidscape. How bad that is. Messed everything up. For scuff. Pardon my scuff. Lost my monitor. There we go. Oh look, more drone. At least a little bit different drone. Welcome to Fluidscape. Breathe in ideas. Exhale broken. Breathe in the bugs. Exhale the fix. What was I doing? Completely derailed my train of thought. Sometimes you just gotta hit play and see if what's going to happen. What's going to happen? How bad could it be? I asked that one question one time and I realized it corrupted the crap out of my game. How bad could it be? Well, I've lost all my characters. When persisting data to the disk using JSON, don't change the schema of said object and then import the data from the old way. Because then suddenly everyone is doing weird things because the game engine is built off of values found in. So it's data driven. So if you basically randomize the data, it's going to allow you to do weird things and not break. Like everyone forgets their spells. Or weapons becoming useless and reverting back to the default daggers. Happened to my super weapon. Turned into a toothpick. Anyway, that's just gameplay. Right. The only real HTML response is going to rewrite the character stats. Otherwise, we are going to start off with the read. Before we do the redirect, let's do a little bit of prep work for the idea that's boiling in the back of my head, which is anchors. Then you request a page, you can put a pound sign, an anchor ID, and the browser, after loading the page, will then attempt to locate the anchor with the same ID, and then scroll or bring that into focus. So let's try that. Oh, I also noticed, drives me nuts. So I've had a Twitch account for, I don't know, is it 2016? I don't know, quite a while ago. And I kind of picked up like followers weirdly because I wasn't doing any streaming. But now I am doing streaming. It's accounting toward my trying to get affiliate. You know, I gotta have at least 25 followers. You gotta have enough people watch the stream to, you know, warrant giving you money for advertisement. I understand that. So, but because I have, like, you know, I kind of look at my list because I'm a small streamer and I can see, okay, yep, these are people I've interacted with, or I know most of them, or, you know, but then I see a group of that have been around that I don't know if they exist or still exist or what they do. I kind of check them out and see if they're streamers. Some haven't streamed for like 2 years ago. Well, I was on my way of like, oh, I got 20 followers. I've seen 25. And then in the middle of the stream, I'm back down to 19. I'm like, man, I offend somebody. What has happened? I'm looking through my list. I don't recognize any new people leaving. And I just figured that, you know, since I'm becoming active, somebody's like, why am I getting bothered by this Chief Multi-Hat? Who is that guy? Unfollow. No. Stay on until I get affiliate. Affiliate's really just kind of a side. The reason why I really want an affiliate is just that if anyone felt it nice to be able to do bits or things like that, then I have the ability to accept it. But I'm not asking for it. So yeah. Who knows? I might not be scuff. Might actually go a direction with this. I kind of doubt it. Brain is procrastinating. It's trying to derail the crap out of me. I'm getting closer. I get into something I think is going to work. It's gonna be nice. It's going to be something I need. I can move on. The more my brain sabotages me and says, "Hey, do that instead. Do something. Stop it. Stop it." Anyway. Verifying the state of information coming in, setting up the renderer to go out. that's done. Go to the function. Do I need an anchor? Or the fact I just need an ID? Don't know. Alright, save. Let's launch this rocket. Alright. Drop of the turn. That's not what would have happened. Phil. Well. Right, let's do some debugging. Hate doing this debugging. So, if you are doing a lot of debugging with Chrome, what Chrome likes to do is automatically reattempt a request. Really hate this. I can understand it, but basically what it means is that, let's say you pushed a button on a website and the website doesn't respond in a certain amount of time. It will stop the request and restart the request again, or just send the request again. I could see that happen when I debug because of the multi-threadedness. I see an entry point where, yep, I see the request coming in from the browser, and here's the server. And then as I step through, suddenly I jump to code again, showing it re-entering, like it's the second thread, it's the second request. It screws things up. Eventually locks up my debug session. So you have to go out to Chrome. There is an extension you can get that controls this auto refreshing, and you can basically set it to 0. It's like, stop doing it. And yeah, it's nice. So when I push the button once, it makes one request, it doesn't time out. But for streaming, I set up an account of Chrome account. Very bare minimum stuff. That way I don't use my normal logged in Chrome. You don't need to see my bookmarks and all that clutter and who knows what else. Something might actually pop up like, oh, there's my bank. Great. So anyway, that's why we have it that. But now that this is separated, I did not install the extension. Pooh. Alrighty. Well, first of all, I'm gonna hit the old Shift Control I. What does it mean the current how is not defined? Why is it given that? Weird. Oh, because music. Interesting. I did not know it threw an error when I had the music. Huh. Not that it impacts anything, but stream should not be hearing the game music because I turned off the desktop audio. If you hear 2 songs, you could let me know. Alright. Adventure seeking fame. Let's get here to work. That one. This. Right, so the initial I return back and I say response header has been set to HX redirect, which basically tells JavaScript to stop HTMX to stop processing and to go ahead and just refresh the browser going here. That would mean that in the code I'm getting to the wrong state. Honestly, I should just do it. I don't. Alright. So dismiss. The old breakpoints. Ten. All right. Oh, duh. You know, in the back of my mind, I'm like, I'm gonna make it uppercase. And I'm like, shouldn't you convert your stuff? Shouldn't you convert your input, sanitize it, and make it all lowercase or whatnot? And I'm like, am I like staunchly thinking, no, when I implement this, I'm gonna use capital letters, but I'm gonna do that. I'm going to so not do that. You doof. Doof. So now, scuff. Oops. Problem with running music is sing to it. Let's not make this a singing stream. Although, fun fact, I actually do sing tenor in the choir. I'm not saying a great singer. I do sing tenor in a choir. I might do it. Let's go back to the old assumption and go, yeah, no, right? I read somewhere the HTML specification really means supposed to use lowercase by default. So I'm gonna do. All right. Now we go back to the code generation. Confirm. There, yes, and go to over the HTMX process or lowercase train. All right, save. Explosion. And try this. Back. There we go. Oh, Plaint. No, dragons. Don't want to be sued to oblivion. Build hole. Expand the. Success. Everyone shifted up. Alright, cleric, let's retrain. Yep. Now it changes the. Right. Training. Maybe this is too compact. Maybe it's okay. All right, so we need this one. Hey, no, this is not too bad. A little above average in strength. A little, a little slow. Not really ambidextrous here. Health is really good. Intelligence is a little bit less than average. It's okay, but really good. Wisdom. I like this character. Hit. Recruit. See how when you hit refresh, it refreshes the entire screen. My next step is to when this group is rendered, and if I want to jump to somewhere in this group, in that case, since I recruited that character, it's going to show up in the guild roster. So really what I should do is refresh the screen with the guild roster opened, and then gone. Oh, it's right here. Another failure. Idle. All right. Do a fifth. Oh, man. just apply the shot directly to my foot. All right. Well, I do a hot refresh. What happened here was the fact that I visually removed the character from the list, but I didn't do anything with the character. So, right, that should work. Here you go. Adventurers Guild. There's the person I want. Recruit. And there they are. Right. Since I am doing a HTMX redirect, responses out the gate, the transient model data will have disappeared. On the refresh, a new model data is created with the new fresh request of creating a repaint of the town. And its default behavior is to start lapsed all that. So what I will need to do is persist this particular operation in the game session of the player, since that will survive across multiple requests. And it's not game related, but I do need to track that information. So that means I will need to incorrect. I will need a pass on the redirect. Oops. A URL parameter that indicates a requested state of information. Let the browser be my source of info, because truly that's where it should be. All right, let's get that to work. That's post. It's going to do a get. All right, so how's that going to work? Well, let's go back to town. Let's go to the behind code, and we're going to go to the get. Use the my Tourette's is a little bit stiff, so making some extra sounds here. Try to apologize for that. All right. The town. Town takes a look at a lot of state information here. Basically says, let's render the town. What are you doing in the town? Let's look at the game data and figure out where you're at. Oh, you're in the middle of a battle. So you try to be sneaky. Nope, send you right back to the battle. Nope, you're exploring. Send you back to exploring. Right. Otherwise, if you're not exploring or whatever your encounter, let's bring you back to a truing and set it to town. Otherwise, I was in guild. Change the music out based off of bringing the logs. Use. Ooh, I could use. Ooh. Mental note. I can make a log. All right, that's fine. So, on the old get, All right, let's do this. Someone's watching me type something. Let's just. I want to try that. Sure. Wow, that's a process. Oh. It would just be easy not to. Well, game session. Music a little too loud, sorry. Alrighty then. Let's see. No, it's not. Recruiting. Yeah. 18 options. Let's start throwing. Now, let's go rendering. Yeah. Rendering. Have it set. Let's control build crude Spain. Ta-da. Root. Escape out and C sharp. Yeah. Then now let's take recruit. Fail. Really? Dang, I hit. It's a strong mage. Wow. Barely a mage. It's a fighting mage right there. I mean, you can't pass up this battle mage. I mean, okay, so myself there. Double equals. No one double. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Like, leave it as a lockup. Can't write too. Oh, sorry. Alrighty then. Mm-hmm. Mm. Kind of working. Yes. Okay. So. Do. You call. Okay. Okay. Uh, we transfer the state over to the model and dispose of it. And then we use the model. Determine what to do. That's not recruits. Gotta put the flags in the right spot. You need to retrieve. You have to have something to retrieve from. Okay. No, it's still in the right spot. This is. Oh, I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream. Certainly appreciate those who have ended, who may be still lurking or who have moved on. Thank you for coming and watching me do some scuff programming and streaming. Next stream, we'll probably continue working on finishing up some of the UI here. Do some auto-focusing. I think I'm going to go a JavaScript way of doing it. Essentially, I think what I'm going to do is every time the page loads, it's going to look for a element with a specific ID, and if it finds it, it will scroll to it. So then it'll just be a matter of rendering page if something needs to be scrolled to it. And I think we'll be off to implementing the camping system, and then maybe start first passive seriously looking out, blocking out some, I'd say, developing some more monsters. Well, thanks if you've been watching the VOD and you've got to this far. I certainly appreciate you watching, and continue to do this a bit later. So wherever you may be, I hope that you have a good day, good evening, or good morning. Thanks so much for being here, and see if there's anything I can raid to. I think I'll go ahead and skip that rating for today. All right, well, thanks again, everyone. You have a great time. Certainly appreciate doing this, or I'm glad, hopefully you find it somewhat entertaining or informative. All right, until next time.